Nothing else to do, so I'm just playing Genshin right now. I'm bored. Guess there's new stuff to do in this game, so I do. In the meantime, not much else. Weekend, I'll figure out what I'm gonna play. I don't know yet. I don't have no meat. Are you insane?
Add Astra.
No meat. This is gonna have to change. Can I peek? Look at that frozen meat. Okay.
Really? This one?
Hmm. So watching my friend play Final Fantasy 11 earlier today, but I was like, I should come back. I go, nah, maybe in a year, maybe. I mean, I can get the subscription for free if I want to. It's just I don't want to get wrapped up in it right now.
An assassin from our homeland, or a fool who trespasses upon the waters of Chainsa. Coveting the shapes of the living, pure water can take on many forms. In this way, shall water deliver your punishment. The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
night phantasmagoria.
Without solid ground, terrestrial creatures become simply helpless. The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
Nice and spicy. Oz revealed.
One who is ignorant of water's treasures fails also to comprehend its horrors.
Incoming. With sword from shadow.
Let's see what happens when you lose your foothold. The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
Boba, get them! Ow! Wings of darkness, come, sever the... Speed of light.
As long as rain falls and rivers flow, water will exist forever.
Okay. Need a spot on. Um, Check a look at. And it's supposed, I don't know. It doesn't seem like I've done this before. I might have. Yeah, a long time, so. Yeah, I'll make sure I don't spend any money for a while. Spend money on this game right now.
Ad Astra Abyssa. I am sorry.
Yeah, this will give me something to do for a few months. Till the next game comes out, because I got nothing on the horizon for a while. So, maybe Genshin will kill my boredom for a month. Because when February hits, I'll have a lot of stuff to play. Same thing with March. I think there was like 2 games coming out in March. I could take a break from Genshin again. At least this game, when there's some stuff to do, I can at least play it for free. Out free.
It's my lucky day. How's this? My blade. Finally.
Shadow Raven, let night fall.
Shadows of fate, written in the stars.
Could go like this. try my
Delved into. Decided by destiny.
Barbados, guide us.
Embrace the ice.
This will do!
Written in the stars. Wings of darkness. Come, sever night from. Whirling snow. Shadows of fate. By royal. Take flight.
You win this battle.
Ad Astra Abyss. Thank you for complete. My vision is clouded. Wind, hear me. Let me scribe. Whirling snow. Delved into destiny. Sakura swirl. Let me scribe. Today is a lucky day. I shall treasure this good fortune. Delve into destiny. Whirling snow. Kamisato art. Sometsu. Let me scribe. Fate is upon you. My apologies. Wings of darkness. Come, sever night from day. Whirling snow. Shadows of fate. I shall treasure this good fortune.
exquisite treasures. Yes, this seems suitably sophisticated. Today is a lucky day.
Take flight! Shadows of fate! My apologies! in the stars. Will not stand for this. Sakura swirl. Take flight. Go as planned. Wind, hear me. Delved into destiny by royal decree. My apologies. Fate is upon you. Let me scribe.
As you wish, Mainfoot.
Whirling snow. Embrace the ice. Delved into destiny. We are to end this. My apologies. Barbados, guide us. Written in the stars. Wings of darkness. Whirling snow. into death by royal decree. Take flight. Ha! Yeah! Ha! Yeah! Ha! Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, goodness gracious.
I'll protect us. Look at it. Let the show begin.
Oz revealed.
I'll protect us. This is the kind of surprise I could sing about.
Go, Barbara, go!
Hi, hi.
By royal decree. Nice and spicy. Race you! Don't blink. Nowhere to hide.
Let's dance. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Shadow Raven. Incoming. way! Speed of light! Don't blink! Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned. Oh, this rocks! Hip. Yeah. Yeah. Huh? I must leave no stone unturned, as a good knight should. All in a day's work. Think you can bully me? Pyrotechnics!
Order guide you. Stabilize.
Didn't make it to the chorus.
Look at you, Boozle! Steady as stone, as a dutiful maid would. Oh, this rocks!
I will have order.
Try till I'm dead! Think you can bully me?
This is order.
Look at you! Feel the beat! Shake his hands! Time to celebrate! Feel the beat! Can't handle your drink. Power cord!
I will have order.
Oh, this rocks! Think you can bully me? Time to rock! Shake your hand, stir!
Crumble! This is order. Stabilize.
Look at you, Spoontail!
Leave it all to me, as a good knight should. I'll catch up. This rocks!
What do we have here? Up and away.
This'll pack a punch. The hunt is on! Come on, gotta fight. Strike! Ever seen one of these?
Fire hazard!
Barbados, guide us. Any firework materials in here?
There's a new one. Flash! Fire hazard!
What's up, Crystal? How you doing? Yeah, I'm just playing because I got nothing else to do. Let's look at you. You doing okay? Sorry, I may ignore you, but I was ignoring you. Kind of focus on what I was doing. Not sure if you're there anymore. It should still do this. Doing alright. Yeah, I'm just playing this because I got nothing else to do right now. And there's stuff for me to do, thankfully. Otherwise, I'd be bored. But at least there's content for me to do. It's the only reason I'm playing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be playing this. Yeah, like I said, not much else. Same old shit. Different day, you know.
on! Wind, hear me! Flash! Quiver! Fuse is lit! Burned too brightly. Shadows of fate. Whirling snow. Sakura swirl. Yeah. Delves into death.
Midnight Phantasm.
Take flight. Let me scribe. Written in the stars. Whirling snow. Kami Satorat. Summit. Barbados. Guide us. Delves into destiny. Take flight. Yeah. By royal decree, nice and spicy. Incoming. Nowhere to hide. Wings of darkness. Don't blink. With sword comes shadow. Speed of light. Boba, get them! Odds revealed. Let the show begin. Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
As long as you're enjoying it. You know, a lot of people are playing Blaze Blue right now. I wish I could get into it, but not like. I think the problem with Blaze Blue is just like I've already like explored my potential with that game, and I feel like it's not going to. Like, I've already capped out on that game. It's like I enjoyed it when I played it a long time ago, and it was like new. But like going back to it, I don't know. It just doesn't feel right to me. It's like, I guess it doesn't because I'm not. It's not a new experience anymore. It just feels like the same old shit. It's the same people picking the same characters, doing the same shit. Nothing's changed. So it's just like, I don't want to get into that shit again. That's probably why I don't play it. I played it for a little bit, but I was like, The memories were coming back, and I was just like, yeah, there's a reason why I kind of stopped playing it. One thing I learned about Blaze Blue, it's a gatekeeping game. It's like people gatekeep hard on that game, so Problem is, too, you're gonna fight those people like 90% of the time when you go online, and I really don't want to fight those people. Like, even my friend said the same thing, and he's like a big-time Blaze Blue nut, and even he says, yeah, I don't want to play those same people all the time. It kind of kills his buzz for it, and I was like, yeah, I kind of see what you mean. So he doesn't play it that long either. He kind of gives up after like an hour. He's already done. So I kind of get where he's coming from. Kind of puts like a bad taste in your mouth. When it was first came out, it wasn't like that because everybody's learning, so it was really fun. I mean, I still respect the game. It's cool. The netcode definitely the best feature about it. But at this point, I'd rather honestly play Guilty Gear Xrd. But obviously, that's not going to happen anytime soon. Get over it. Well, yeah, if you didn't play that much, then yeah, I mean, then I can understand why it's still kind of fresh for you. So I understand. I understand where you're coming from. I do. I do. I get you. Yeah, exactly. I think that's why you like it. I wish I could share your sentiment, dude. I really wish I could. I mean, I could. My old me can definitely share the sentiment with you. The new me can't, because like it's not a new experience anymore for me. The experience is honestly what I look for nowadays. Without the new experience, I really can't like motivate myself to play these games as much. The experience is more important to me rather than being good at it. I mean, I want to be like I guess the degree of good you want to be good at. I mean, there's obviously people are different. Some people want to be good at a crazy level. There's people like me who kind of like just want to be good at an intermediate level. That's good enough for me. I don't really want to spend thousands of hours getting good at the game. To me, it's like that. To me, it's just too much time to spend. Spend that much fucking time just to play a game. And I feel like with games like that, you do have to spend a lot of time, like a ridiculous amount of time. Like, you're gonna be spending, like, I would say, in my opinion, to get good at Blaze Blue, you're gonna have to spend hundreds of hours, minimum. Hundreds. Like, that is total fact. I don't think anybody's capable of getting good at that game that fast. Especially if you're new to it. You're definitely not gonna survive.
coming. Huh?
Yeah. And I think I've gotten to that point where I have to play that much just to get slightly better. Problem is, like, I'm already yellow. The game's already treating me at yellow skill level, which I don't agree with. And then you get people, a lot of oranges come after me. The pinks come after me, which I don't like. It's like they already know they're gonna beat me, you know? It's like they're just gonna pounce me to the ground because they know all the advanced shit, which I don't know. So it just becomes, the game becomes like that for me because I get hunted. So, because there's a lot, that's one thing I don't like is games like that, they tend to, people trying to hunt you down because they see you're that color, so they go after you, which I hate. That's one thing I hated a lot with Arc System Works games. That, like even Persona did the same shit. I become a yellow. All the reds, all the pinks, and oranges would come after me. And I deal with it so much. I'm just like, oh my god, like you know, it's just like here come the trolls. Like they just come in droves, man. And then they get pissed when you don't want to play them. It's like, oh, you're just a faggot. Like, they talk a lot of shit. Like Blaze Blue, they were just doing that off the first couple days. Like I go and play, and these oranges and stuff, they play them once, and I can't even touch them, and they're just like talking shit. I'm just like, and then I'm like, ah, boot, and then they're like, why'd you fucking boot me? You're an asshole. Like fuck, they just don't shut the fuck up. I'm just like, oh my god, dude, like, calm your tits, dude. Fuck. It gets me really riled up, so it makes me not want to play. It's like they purposely harass you, and then they start teabagging you in the middle of the fight, and you know, there's troll. You know, it's a lot of trolls. There's a lot of them, dude. There's a lot of them. It's ridiculous how many there are. They got nothing better to do. It's like, oh my god. It's like, dude, don't waste your time. Go play somebody like your color, which they won't do because they don't want to derank. So what they do is they challenge lower level people that can't beat them. So just so they can maintain their rank. And it's just like, ugh. You just deal with that shit after a while. It gets old. You know what I mean? It's like, dude. Just, like, that tune's getting old, man. It's getting real old. I can't seem to find the thing. Yeah, that's why me and my friend don't really play anymore. So I guess it's kind of like that, you know, that bullying, like cyberbullying. You just get tired of it after, you know, it's I've dealt with it when I was a kid. And even if you beat these guys, it's like all they do is harass you. So it's like you beat them, and then either they won, they rage quit because you beat them, which I've done that many times. Or two, they talk shit. And it's like, okay, I can't win any way with you because if I beat you, you talk shit, and if I can't beat you, you talk shit. It's like, fuck, dude. It's like, why do I gotta deal with that shit? It's like, oh my god, it's like, you can't win. So it's like, to me, it's better not to play. You just push them away from you. It's like, get away from me. And let them talk their crap. They want to tell everybody, like, oh, I'm going to tell everybody how bad you are, and I'm going to make sure nobody play good. Don't play me. Don't even acknowledge I exist. Like, I get really, really, like, negative with that shit. I really do. It's like, it's cancer, man. So I don't like the FGC. FGC is a bunch of fucking retards. Can't deal with them, man. They're just so immature. And then they wonder why their game's dead, or why they, you know, nobody plays it. It's like, oh yeah, because you gatekeep. I deal with the same shit in Final Fantasy 11, man. Final Fantasy 11 used to get gatekeeped all the time because, you know, my jobs, meta and shit, and I would just get tired of it. And it's like, you know what? That's why nowadays I don't even play with anybody on MMOs because I don't want to deal with people's shit. I don't want to team up with anybody. I'm very anti-team member because it's just like, oh my god, like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to fucking hear it. Just shut up. It's like shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. It's like I can't enjoy the game because of your cancerous nature. It sucks. It's just anything competitive, man. It's like it doesn't matter what game you play. Fighting games, first person shooters, MMORPGs, it's all that shit, man. That's why do you think I play one player games so much? Because I don't have to hear people's shit. I don't have to hear anybody's crap. I mean, the only time people, I guess, come in here and they talk shit because I'm not. Well, you're doing that build wrong. I mean, you get backseat drivers, those are bad too, but they're not as prominent. Usually those guys leave you alone. Like, they don't bother me because I'm, you know. That's why single player game is less stress. And I don't have to worry about playing on somebody else's schedule. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, don't let that take your enjoyment away, Crystal. Don't let my kind of sour experience make you turn away from me. I just hope you don't have to go through the same shit I go through. I just can't deal with it. I don't have the patience. Also, too, I don't want to invest that kind of time into a game anymore. Like, you know, and a lot of times my enjoyment doesn't last that long. So.
My royal at the front pan. Incoming. That's everything. On to the next. Speed of light.
I don't know what these do. Nice and spicy. Oz, reveal thyself. Cut to the chase. Don't blink. Incoming. Yeah, like I said, I hope you enjoy it. That's cool. Nice to see somebody enjoy it. I mean, it's cool to see so many fresh faces enjoy it. I just hope people don't get booed away from playing it. Because I just think it's like, hey, you guys have a chance to bring in a whole new generation of Blaze Blue players that want to play, and then, I hope those guys aren't trying to gatekeep you out of it. Because those elitists, they don't want people playing their game. Like, oh, you need to stay out of my game. It's like, okay, well, you keep doing that. Watch what happens to your game. You're gonna die. You're gonna wonder why. You're gonna wonder why, son. I'll say, you're gonna wonder why.
Race you!
Yeah, it's honestly why I run away to games that I don't know is not established. It's, those games tend to be the most fun for me. Because it's fair game for everybody. So I know I can hang. Even being a duel, I mean, I was losing to people. I mean, I was getting destroyed. Luckily, I wasn't getting destroyed. You son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Yeah, that's why I'm gonna play DNF Duel. And when it comes out, it's gonna be my fighting game. Because I just don't see anything else really doing it for me. That's good. No, I think that's actually smart. Don't invite those guys into your stream, or if you don't, I mean, I don't think you stream. You don't stream, do you? You just play with your friends. That's smart. I think that's smart. As long as you just play with your friends and keep with your circle, I think that's smart. Don't get into the don't get into bullshit, you know. That's good. I'm happy for you. It is nice having good experiences with friends. That's always a more pleasurable experience. Like when me and my friends play, games. We usually play stuff that's usually that everybody can enjoy.
Victory is almost ours! Whew, that was a tough fight!
Also, I think it's also an age thing. I mean, I don't know. How old are you? You don't mind me asking, Crystal?
Yeah, you nearly got him.
You don't mind me asking.
Whoa, nice catch.
Pretty sure you're probably a lot younger than me. Oh yeah, well that's the pandemic and nothing to do with that. So you're forced to play online.
Whew, that was a tough fight. So close, so close. Stay cool. Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already. Victory is almost out. Whoa, nice catch.
How old are you, Crystal?
So close, so
I
close.
say if you don't mind me asking.
Whew, that was a tough
Ooh,
fight.
that extra. What's this? That's weird. My mouse just starts flipping out. Not sure if you heard what I said, Crystal.
Yeah, you nearly... What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon?
Oh, maybe so. Hear what I said. No, I said, no, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you? Just curious. I want to see how old you are compared to me. Yeah, obviously, I think you're probably younger than me. Probably have a way different perspective than I do. So I can understand probably why you see things a little different. You know what. Another reason why I don't like playing fighting games sometimes, because I feel like a lot of people. Well, you're 20. Yeah, you're half my age, dude. You're half. You're literally half my age. So yeah, we definitely have a different perspective. But yeah, definitely you're young. But I think the problem is too. It kind of irritates me with playing fighting games. Is you get people that just they meta things up, but that goes back to what I was saying about Final Fantasy 11. Like everybody just picking the same jobs, you know, doing the same strategies, same characters, same combos, same setups, and then the game becomes nothing but that. And that's what I don't like, and that just irritates the shit out of me because it's like, yep, the game starts getting stagnant because no one's trying to do anything more than that. That just becomes the norm, and then it kind of just kills my interest. You get what I'm saying? So where I'm kind of trying to be creative and figure things out and actually try to play more so than the average players or majority of players. Kind of off. It's kind of off-putting for me. That's why with new games when they're fresh, nobody knows the shit. Nobody knows it, so nobody can just do what everybody else is doing because nobody knows it. So I kind of enjoy that freshness where it's like, nobody knows what they're doing. Nobody knows how to bullshit. And it's all about, natural skill and adaptation, which I like. Really? You were a Toxic League player? Really? What made you change? Just out of curiosity. I'm kind of curious. What made you change from being toxic? Never appreciated a new game? What do you mean, like, you would only... You mean you would only say, oh, like, League's the only good game, all other games are shit? You know, if everything just played like this game, it'd be good, and people are just dumb. Is that what you mean? That kind of stuff? Well, also, too, you know, I think when you're getting salty, no matter what game you play, if you're playing, even if you win or lose and you're getting salty, that's usually a sign that you're not enjoying the game anymore. I know my friend's been going with that. He's been playing Smash Brothers, and he gets mad like all the time when he's winning or losing. He's always upset, and I'm like, dude, if you're always upset when you play the game, like it doesn't matter what you do, then you must not like the game anymore. You know, the game sounds like it's just you're just annoyed with the game. Like, why do you keep playing at that point? Even I agree with that statement. Where it's like, yeah, you should just stop playing because it's not bringing you any joy, no matter what you do. That's how I was feeling with Strive. Strive was just making me salty, no matter what happened. I would play a game, and even if I won, I was salty. And I was like, man, and I was realizing, I'm like, oh my god, I don't like this game. I really don't. And I just stopped playing. I was not enjoying anything. I felt no joy. And I was like, yeah, when you really have no joy in what you're doing, like, I think that's obviously a sign that you should just stop. Because at that point, you're just wasting your time. You're just irritating yourself. Yeah, I mean, I've done that before. I've blamed things on things that are not my problem. Yeah, I can admit when I die or something when on a game when I like a game, I don't usually blame too much on things that are like I don't really put blame towards anything. But games I don't like or games that I'm getting irritated with, yeah, I'll just talk shit. You can generally tell, you can see on my how I am. I'm like, oh fuck this game, like, fuck these players, fuck everybody here. You know, I'll be like, and that's when I'm just in a bad mood. Where I'm really not enjoying anything I'm doing. I'm really not. At that point, it's like, it's just frustrating me beyond belief. The enjoyment factor is completely gone. And at that point, it's like, yeah, why are you even playing? If you don't, literally all you do is complain and bring misery. It's like, yeah, you better just not play. So I know. That's probably why I prefer to play single player games because it relaxes me. I don't have to be competitive. I'm a very competitive person. So that's why I kind of suppress it because I don't like I feel like you see a side of me you don't want to see. And it's like and I used to be really good. Like I was, you know, I could be playing tournaments. Like I knew I was people would always like, "Oh my God, you should play tournaments. You're like really good at these games." Like when you really, but I have to be focused. That's the problem. When I'm not when I'm not enjoying the game or I'm not passionate about it, I won't put any effort in. You can tell when I am don't care. I can legitimately. It's easy to tell when I don't care. Like I just won't even try. Because it's just I'm not interested. I was like, dude, I'm not gonna put effort into something where I have little to no passion towards it. So it's like you're just why am I gonna waste my energy? Now if something I am passionate about, like when DNF Duel came out, I was very passionate and I was playing a lot of people. You know, I was losing I would say my win ratio was like 65-70%. I lost like 30% of my matches. Which is pretty good. You know, but there's people that just, there are people that did destroy me. I'm like, oh god. You know, and then you would say, fuck this character. Like, oh my god, I hate this character. Still beat him though. I could beat him. Took a lot of patience, but I could do it. I could definitely put my mind to it and beat people. You know, I definitely have the capability, but I need passion. I have to. The passion fuels me. So that's with anybody. I think it doesn't really matter what you do. If you're not passionate about something, you aren't going to do well. Because you're not going to give it your all. So, and I just haven't been passionate about fighting games lately. Fighting games have just been, I just haven't been enjoying them at all because of the direction that they've gone lately. It doesn't, I'm not happy. You know, I'm really not happy with fighting games. Like, it brings me sadness and just, like, frustration. And it's like, man, I remember when I used to play a lot of fighting games. Like, play tons of fighting games. Now it's like, I don't even want to play 90% of them now. Because of either one, I don't want to have to play that much just to play like, I have to play it a shit ton just to play it casually, which I don't want to do. So I'm a fan of it. God damn it. I want time to do it today.
The
Well,
sun
yeah, I know. Ultimately, yeah. I mean, I know I'm my own worst enemy. Believe me, I know that. I admit that. I know for a fact. I'm honestly a lot of the reasons sometimes why I can't be good at something because I have a lot of doubt in myself. That's one thing I've always had as a problem. I've always had low self-esteem, and when people talk shit to me and put me down and like, you know, that doesn't help. You know what I mean? It's like I try to think positive, but then the negative thoughts start coming in.
There's no end to this.
Out of the frying pan, by royal decree. With swords from shadow.
Dodge this.
Let's dance.
Go. Nowhere to hide. Hup.
But yeah, I hear you, man. Believe me, I know the whole about blaming yourself thing. That is truth. I blame myself a lot. I just have I guess the problem is too, I have a lot of expectations of myself with fighting games. Because I've had a lot of people look up to me and they're just like, oh man, you're really good. Like, I don't know why you don't, like, push, you know, I know you can win. And it's like, I know you can do better. And then they kind of disappoint people where they're just like, wow, you give up too fast. I'm like, yeah, it's frustration because again, I've always been good at video games, so like I have a really high expectation of myself. When the expectation can't be met, I just assume that I'm just not good enough.
Nice and spicy. Oz revealed. Speed of light.
Get over here. Get over here.
Nice and spicy. Shadow Raven. Cut to the chase. Hey.
Yeah, like I don't know. I just it's nice to want to better yourself, but I think there's a point sometimes where you lose yourself in a sense. Kind of like let your ego just devour you, and then it's just like you just become this complete asshole, and it just eats you from the inside. And then it doesn't help. And then I always feel that being competitive brings out that bad side of me, and I don't want people to see it, so I hide it. Yeah, no, I don't want people to see it. I don't want people to see that side of me, I guess. It's not, it's not, it's not particularly inviting, you know? I don't want to make people feel bad or. And I feel like I do that. I kind of like drown people in my negativity because I'm unhappy. So people feel that around me and they're like, I don't want to be around him because he's so negative. And I feel like I bring everybody down because of it. And it's like, ugh, it sucks. And I don't want people to feel that way. And I feel like I do it to people and I don't mean to.
By royal decree. With sword comes shadow. Incoming. Midnight Phantasmagoria. Speed of light. Cut to the chase. Don't blink. Nowhere to hide. Got lucky that time. Out of the frying pan. Incoming.
That's why sometimes I think it's best. Kind of like to just not have people deal with that shit, so I kind of stay away. Yeah, that's the thing. You have to enjoy it, and I think when it stops becoming fun and it starts becoming work or it starts becoming annoying, and you have nothing else you're only doing it because um, there's no other reason to. I think there's a point where there becomes a point where it's just like you're only doing it for I guess your ego. That's the only reason you're doing it for now at that point. That's it. Oh, God, what just happened?
No. Everything.
What the fuck was that? I just flew off the side and I just killed myself. Like, what? What just happened? Yeah, just if you're honestly, if it's not fun anymore, just stop. Really, just stop. You're not helping. You're helping anything by continuing to keep doing what you're doing. Ooh. Go back. Go back. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I think that's what it becomes. It's just your ego. All you have to show for it is your ego, because it's not the enjoyment. You're not having fun. You're just playing it because of your ego. What's up, Ray? How you doing? So, yeah, I do like doing combo videos and showing people that kind of stuff because I am good at that and I do enjoy it. And obviously, there's nothing wrong with praise. I mean, everybody likes to be praised. Everybody likes to be looked up to. But you can't let that be the only reason. Like I said, filling your ego. Can't let that just be the whole driving point. But yeah, the creativity side is that's good, Ray. Glad you're doing okay. I'm just playing Genshin right now. I'm gonna do this by on Saturday. And I have a lot of time. I'm gonna do it right now. I don't have a ton of time to do it right now. But yeah, like I said, it's good that you enjoy fun. It's important. Combo videos are awesome. I love combo videos. I love making combos. That I definitely do. That's why anytime a new fighting game comes out that I enjoy playing, combo videos always on the agenda. Definitely. Yeah, as far as like being competitive though, it's like I don't know. I enjoy more in the learning process and the experience than being competitive, I guess.
Curses. Let me scry. Whirling snow. Take flight. Destiny cannot be denied. Whirling snow. Odds reveal my apologies. Shut up. Whirling snow. Let me scry. By royal my apologies.
Yeah, no, that's cool, man. Don't worry. It's all good, man. Not mad. Don't worry. No, you're not upsetting. Oh, it's cool to get to share how you feel about the subject. It's cool, I respect it. It's good to see how your perspective is on it.
wish life could be as leisurely as this a little more often. How greedy of me.
Yeah.
Odious fate.
Wind, hear me.
Delved into destiny, decided by destiny. Sakura swirl. Whirling snow.
Okay. You're alright, Crystal. Don't worry. You're okay in my book. I don't think ill of you. I understand where you're coming from, though. That's cool that you got away from that at a young age, too. Hell, I was still into my, fighting game ego at that age. I didn't stop till, like, I was about in my early 30s. I started to care less. And when I hit my late 30s, 40s, I started to really not care too much. But I think that's the reason why it comes out, is because once you start playing for nothing but ego reasons, and it's like, I'm playing it for fun. Which is why I'm not playing Blaze Blue, because I'm not having fun. Because I've already my fun factor with learning the game has already gone. I can't erase my brain, I still remember it too vividly in my head. And when I go back to it, it's like picking it up, and it's like, oh, well, I already know the shit that I used to do. All the same stuff I used to do, it's still there. So it's like, there's really no new experience, per se. So I have no drive to play. Because it's just the same shit. Yeah, that's how I feel about this game at some points too, because everything I've done, like, the only reason I'm playing this is because the new stuff is keeping me occupied. Otherwise, I'd be doing the same shit. I'd be like, why am I playing this? I already know everything. I know the world, the stuff I need to do is not really that important to me. I mean, it's like my characters. I could all level them to 90. It's like, why though? What's the reason? There's no reason to level to 90. This game is completely pointless to level to 90. 80 is the highest you should go. 90s, unless you care about being, a perfectionist, which I don't care about. That's another reason probably why I don't, like, push myself in this game, because I can beat it comfortably at level 80. So what do I need to be level 90 for? So it dies a little quicker? There's no... Now, if the stuff was like, oh man, you need to get stronger so you can access a new area, or you know, there's actually reason to do it, then I would do it. Oh, then I would have a goal. Oh yeah, I definitely want to do this, but since all it is just you're level 90. Cool. That to me is not enough. It just isn't enough for me. Level 90, cool, don't care. Doesn't offer anything for me. Yeah. Same thing with Blaze Blue. It's like, oh, I'm playing Blaze Blue. It's like, no, my Noel is where it should be. It's not like God tier Noel. Never will be, because I don't want to take it that far. That's because I just don't want to.
Let me scribe. Delve into
No rest for the wicked.
my apologies.
It's like I said, Crystal, it's all good. Spiral. You know, Saturday I'll do the event. Get that all out of the way. Cause I got until I think Sunday to do it, so I'll make sure I do that this Saturday. Since I'm gonna be on all day, I might as well do something. I'm not playing anything else. You know, the update for Onirism didn't really add much. It was just one new map, and I was like, oh, it's alright. It's fun. And then there's still no word on the Toho game. Tomorrow's the end of the year, and it's like, they still haven't released it yet. So I'm just like, oh, I guess it's gonna get delayed. I have a feeling it's gonna get delayed. And whenever the DLC for what's her name comes out for Dark Apostle Noel, whenever that would
Daredevil!
but they just keep saying soon. I'm like, when soon? The end of the year? Next year? Like the middle of next month? It's like it's been like almost 2 weeks. To me, it's just like when they just say soon, it's just such a minimalistic thing. It's like, what does soon mean? Soon can mean anything. But I have a feeling that the Noelle character, I mean, she'll be alright. I don't think they're gonna add anything else worth a shit. It's just the character, and it's like, what about balance changes? What about gameplay changes? What about stuff that matters? What about fixing the netcode? Which they still haven't done, which is a big concern for me with that game. I stopped playing it because of the netcode and the game's problems with the gameplay. Yeah, irritating to play. I'm getting really pissed off with that game.
Let me scribe. Fate is upon you. Oz, reveal thyself. Embrace the ice. Whirling snow.
Look, I really wanted Melted Blood to be like the game for me.
Delves into death. My apologies. Yeah.
I really was hoping Melted Blood would be
Barbados. Guide us.
a lot bigger game than it was. But unfortunately, Melty Blood was not. It didn't have the lasting appeal I thought it would. I honestly thought I was going to enjoy it for like at least 2 months. And I kind of got tired of it after a month. It's like not even a month, like 3 weeks. It's like I started seeing the problems with the game, and I was just like, yeah, this is going to kill the game. Like really hard. And I was right. And it did. Killed the game real hard. Sad just seeing Melty Blood die out that hard. I really was expecting so much more from Melty Blood. I really thought it was going to be like something really special. Turns out, nope, it wasn't. It was lackluster as hell.
So this is a day in the life of
The
the
appeal
traveler.
did not last very long.
I'm learning more about you all the time.
A shame. It's really a shame. It is. It makes me sad because it's like I really thought the game was good. Damn it! Did not hit that. Oy. I hit the keyboard and it's, oh, you want to go back into the game? No, I don't want to go back in. That's not what I wanted. Go back out. Yeah, it was a shame though. Hold on, let me get out of here. No, I don't want to play anymore. Thank you. I did my dailies for the day. That was fun. Fun for what it was. You know, at least I got stuff to do. At least it'll last me for a week, and then the big update is on the 5th. It was like the big version update. I think it's on the 5th or the 6th. So yeah, it's on Tuesday/Wednesday. So at least I'll have something to do. I'm off 3 days this weekend, so yeah. No, I'm sorry. I'm only off 2 days. We don't get New Year's Day off. It's a weekend, so unfortunately. Boo. Oh well. Only Friday, Saturday off this weekend. Kind of shitty. I thought I was gonna get a 3 day weekend. Like, nope, no 3 day weekend. And there's no vacation until like February. So. But yeah, I really hope Melty Blood. Like, I just want those three things fixed. Like I said, take out the auto combos, fix the gameplay problems with the game, and then add more characters along with fixing the netcode. 4 things. If they could do all 4 of those things, the game will be safe. But as of now, they're just focusing on the character and not doing anything else. It's like, where's the netcode fixes? Where's the gameplay adjustments? Like, real gameplay, not the shitty one. When they showed that one patch where they're like, oh, we made some gameplay adjustments, it was such a minimalistic patch. It was like, dude, this doesn't change shit. Like, I was looking at it like, oh my god, it's such a minor change. It didn't really change anything. You know, it's like the game plays exactly the same. It just some stuff that didn't work right works right now. It's like okay, like for example, Miyako when she runs, she can do her cartwheel before the match starts. It's like okay, that doesn't really change anything. Like it doesn't do much. It isn't gonna make what's a game changer. I'm like, no, it's not. I laugh when people laugh when they make comments like that with the game where it's like, oh my god, 1 frame on this move is a game changer. I'm like, a frame on a move is not a game changer. That to me is so stupid. Like, an actual change, like, hey, we added a brand new mechanic to the game, or it could potentially just change the dynamic of the game. That's a change. Or saying like, hey, we made like Guilty Gear Strive, if they say, hey, we adjusted it where the wall has a meter now where you can potentially do more wall bounces with characters, or we adjusted the gravity so it's not so harsh, or something like that. That's actually a big change. But just saying like, oh, we made this move 1 frame faster. That to me is like the most meh change. That doesn't do anything for me. It's like, what am I going to notice in a match? How is that going to fundamentally change the game? Like, please enlighten me. I really can't see how that's going to fundamentally change the game. I really don't understand. It doesn't make any sense to me. No, it's not. It's stupid. That's what it is. No, but they do that. I see people get all hype about that shit. I'm like, it's not hype. Like, oh my god, stop hyping that shit. It's not. It's like, oh my god, it's so dumb. It's like really dumb. Like, stop. Like, stop hyping shit that's not hype. You know, the FTC sometimes, man, they blow shit up more than what it is. Just because I understand you like the game, but it's like, come on, dude. Like, you should even I know to call that shit out. I see, they ain't fucking hype. Don't kid yourself. That's a lie. Like, stop lying to me. Stop lying to yourself. Pretending it's more important than what you think it is. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get a drink real quick. Yeah. I'm back. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. I'm back, Crystal. I'm just gonna talk for a little bit and I'm gonna go to sleep. It's gonna be raining all day today, so I don't have to get up to do my walk. I'm not gonna walk in the rain. It's supposed to be raining like almost all day today. Tomorrow it's supposed to not be raining, so. But yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I think my problem though is it's just having something to have joy in. You gotta love something, you know. This is it's a fix or something. Guessing this is a fix. Has to be. Has to be a fix. Yeah, it's bug fixes. That's all it is. Fix an issue. Da, 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 da. Just fixes. That's all it is. Nothing interesting. No, I'm just saying. I'll stay up for a little bit. I'm not going to bed. I'm fine. Like I said, I'm not tired. Honestly, I'm not sleepy. I'm just saying I'm done playing for today. I'm just talking right now. That's all. I can talk, dude. Don't worry. Not like I can't talk. I enjoy talking to people. I do. It helps me. It helps my mind at ease. It does. You're playing ease. Which one? Ease 8 or Ease 9? Ease 9. Ease 8's really long. It's an Ease 8's like you do everything. It's like 80 to 90 hours your first time. It's really long. You'll have lots to do. That's for sure. You won't get bored. But if you just rush through the game and don't try to do any of the side stuff, it's like 30, 40 hours. But yeah, if you want to do everything, it's about 80, 90 hours. It's long, man. Ease is a very long game, man. That's why I like it so much, because it's so content heavy. Because it's a game where you do get your money's worth, that's for sure. The game, like I said, yeah, like this playthrough, I put 99 hours on it. Got most of the achievements. Most of them. I'm missing a couple. Got most of the achievements. Yeah, leveled every skill. See, there's a couple things I missed. I didn't complete all the hunts, complete all the raids. I didn't do that. Doing this in the highest difficulty is so fucking hard. It's such a ridiculous 100% item collector. I haven't done that. That one's hard too. I could do 100% map. 100% item is very difficult. There's so much shit. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this game. There's a lot of shit. Yeah, it's a good game. It's fun. Really fun. Very enjoyable. But it is long. Like you will play it for a long time. See, I don't mind putting this much time into a game. If it's honestly that fucking fun, I won't get tired of it. I'll keep playing it and playing it. Problem is, I've played this game too many times, so obviously the enjoyment factor has kind of dwindled in a sense. Because I know the game too well. Like, I know everything that's going to happen. I know the story. I know all the secrets. You know, it's enjoyable. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy fighting in the game. The game is super fun. It's definitely, I do. This game has great memories for me. Put so much time into it, and I'm just like, man. But I will say, after beating it like 4 or 5 times, it starts to wear on its charm because it's still one of the greatest RPGs ever made. But it's one of those I've played it so much. It's just like where you had enough. It's hey, I put it away as a hey, great game. Maybe in 10 years I might play it again. When it's completely out of my mind, so it feels like a fresh experience again. That's the only way. But it's difficult for me to do though because I have such a vivid memory of games I play, so it doesn't feel that a new experience. Even if I wait a long time, it's still pretty fresh in my head for the most part. It's still pretty fresh. It's my memory is going to be jogged, and I'm like, hey, yeah, I remember this. Then it's like the excitement kind of goes away because I already know what to expect. Yeah, Kiseki, Sora no Kiseki, all the Trails games. Those are long. Those are super long. They're way longer than these. Because the reason why they're so long is because they're turn based and they're grindy. The ease grind is not that bad because um since combat's so quick, you level fairly fast. So I think that's one thing I like better ease compared to Kiseki is ease the leveling system is much more much quicker. And the only thing that's probably longer in these games is there's more exploration, like way more. And the offset at these games are much faster, whereas Kaseki's a lot slower. So I think that alone makes Kaseki take longer because one, everything takes longer to do. It's turn based, and the story it's a lot more story driven. So there's a lot more dialogue, a lot more cutscenes. Everything is just way longer, and that's why the game takes probably twice as long as an East game. That's probably why I don't want to play it. It's too much of a slog. The slogginess. I just don't have that kind of time to sit through it like a 200-hour RPG and just be like, oh my god, like you need to get me like I need good combat. I need engaging combat and a fairly decent pace. Yeah, I'm sure the story's great. I have Trails of Cold Steel 4. I actually bought it for PS4. It's enjoyable. Like it's definitely one of the better Trails because the pacing's a little quicker. It's still too slow for my taste though. Also, I don't like the fact that the exploration in those games are very linear. Very linear. Like compared to Ease, which is a lot more dynamic and there's a lot more secrets, Kiseki's exploration is very linear. So there's everything's pretty much on a straight trail. Occasional turn here and there. You don't really look for shit. It's not like an open world RPG. Like Ease is like an open world RPG because you gotta look everywhere for shit. There's so much secrets. That's probably why I like the game better because the exploration in the game is much greater than Kiseki doesn't have exploration. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be playing East 10 when it comes out for sure. East 10 is going to be hype as shit. I don't even care if I can't read it. I'm totally buying it. I think they're going to announce East 10 next year, 2022. I think that's when they're going to announce it. And it'll probably come out in 2023 or the end of the year or something. I know they've been working on it. I think they've been working on it since like a year ago. So it's in the works. It's supposed to be like the big anniversary for East. So I'm expecting. Yeah, well, no, I know that. That's the whole reason why people like Trails, because the story is really good. The characters are very lovable. It's just the gameplay is and the pacing is what ruins is kind of mars the game. So even RPGs I like, they have that problem. Perfect example is Grandia, which is my favorite RPG of all time. Turn-based RPG, favorite turn-based RPG of all time. And it's a great game. It's fun as shit, but it has the same problem. The pacing. The battles are very interesting because it's definitely different from other RPGs. But the leveling up, the skill up, there's things here and there where it's just like, yeah, it drags. Luckily, it's faster than most turn-based games. So and the combat system is actually pretty interesting because you have to use the environment to like position, which is important, which I thought was really cool. That's something you don't see in turn-based RPGs where positioning actually matters. You actually have to move characters around, and then it has the turn-based gauge on the bottom where you see the characters take their turn along a grid. I was like, that's really interesting. Like, it has a lot of neat things that turn-based games don't have. But even then, this game is has its problems. Even though I love it, I've beaten it like 3 or 4 times. No, I think like 4 or 5 times. I can't play it again though. It's hard. Like I like it, but it's hard to play nowadays. Like if they had a new Grandia and it was more modern, I would probably enjoy it because the pacing be better. The I wouldn't want it to be turn based for one. I don't need turn based. Turn based for me is like I don't know. Turn based to me is just like one of those. It's just one of those gameplay styles that I just think hasn't aged well. It's classic, but I feel like it's had its time. You know what I mean? Like it's not for today's standard. Turn based is just not it anymore. Action based RPGs are what are it now. Turn based is just not the in thing anymore. It's just not. It's hard to go through turn based games. Like I used to love them when I was a kid. I used to love them when I was younger, but I can't do it anymore. Like it's hard for me to focus on these games. I love seeing the sprite work. I love seeing like the story. It's cute. It's just the gameplay though. It's just that's what kills it for me. I get tired. I fall. It puts me to sleep. I don't have that kind of attention span anymore. I don't have the patience for it. I need to be doing shit. I need to I guess because my brain, I'm expecting so much quicker. Like I react fast. I'm not particularly patient anymore. So that's probably why I like bullet hells and like harder fighting games like anime fighters because there's a lot more going on. Things are more intense. So I like the challenge. That's probably why I like like DNF Duel was a perfect example how crazy fast paced and everything was intense, and I like that. It's really busy with a lot of shit going on, and I feel engaged because my brain responds to that, So and I know I'm good. I can be good at it. That's why I play games like Guilty Gear because Guilty Gear games are very hectic. Guilty Gear Xrd is an extremely hectic game. So fast paced. There's so much shit going on. But that's why I like it because it's so. That's why I like it because my brain eats that shit up. It really does. Like I get so engaged and just engrossed with what's going on, and I understand it, and my brain can keep up that fast with that stuff. But when it comes to like turn-based stuff where everything's moving like a slog, I just can't. It's weird. I don't know. Board games are different. Like I can play board games. Board games that take a lot of thinking, I actually enjoy those. Those are fun. But but there's board games I can't stand. Like I can't play checkers. You will not get me to play checkers. I get bored playing checkers. Checkers to me has such like limited depth. It's not a very fun game to me. Now, a chess game I'd rather play. I mean, chess isn't my most ideal game, but I could definitely appreciate a good game of chess over a game of checkers. Or like a perfect example of a game I love. It's a board game. Is if you ever played. It's one of my favorites. Is I have it on here actually. What's it called? Mansions of Madness. Such a fun game. I have it on here. Yeah, this one. This game. This game's fucking fun, dude. Like, it's a multiplayer horror game, but man, does it have interesting gameplay. You play a scenario, and you think of it like it's like you're playing kind of like Resident Evil. So you go into a mansion or whatever scenario. You investigate, you get clues, you solve puzzles, you encounter enemies, you do combat, you communicate with your teammates, you make decisions. Your decisions affect the board. Like it's like playing a board game of Resident Evil with multiple people, like 4 people. And I was just like, it's so engaging. Like I was like, oh my god, I love how there's lots of decision making, there's a lot of thinking, there's a lot of timing. You have to work together as a team, and it's so much fucking fun. I like every time my friend comes over, I was like, "Dude, you want to play?" Oh, damn, give me Mansions of Madness. Like, I could play this shit for hours. Like, I don't get bored of this game. But and you can take your time. Like, you don't have to rush in this game. You take your turn, but there's a lot going on because there's like a lot of mechanics. There's a lot of things you got to keep in mind with your stats, and watching how the story's laying out, and you kind of have to adjust to it. Positioning, like where you stand, there's a lot of decision making, which I like. It's in a sense it's like a turn-based RPG, but there's more to it, I guess. So the problem is with a turn-based RPG, there's not a lot of like mechanics from other games. Whereas I feel like a game like Resident Evil or a game like Ys treads into other game mechanics and other game genres. Because Ys is like a platformer, it's an action game, it's an RPG, it's a tower defense. It's a story-driven game. There's a lot of factors. There's a lot of different things touching in different areas. Like that's why I like it so much because it's the gameplay is so dynamic. Same thing with like this game, like a Resident Evil game. Resident Evil has combat. Resident Evil has a story. Resident Evil has puzzles. Sometimes, and in some games like that have platforming and stuff. So that's a lot of genres you're touching in one game. Whereas RPGs don't really have that. Turn-based RPGs really just stay in their own zone. Outside of the story, the gameplay is kind of just the same all the time. So you take your turn, you do your thing. There's no dynamic to the gameplay outside of the normal, typical turn-based stuff. You don't really see other genres coming into effect. So that's probably why I like action RPGs, because they touch multiple genres. Whereas turn-based don't. So the gameplay gets a little monotonous. Especially with the combat. Some games do it a little better. Like, obviously games like Persona to a degree. But even Persona has the same problem. Look at Persona, like how repetitive it gets. Like once you know the exploitation system in that game, it's really boring. Like game is just grindy. Like, but ultimately, that's all you do is you just exploit weaknesses all day. That's all Persona is. It's exploiting weaknesses. You literally just go, oh, that's the enemy. Okay, well I know what the weakness of that one, and you basically just abuse it because the enemies can't do anything. So the only time it ever changes or gets a little interesting is the boss fights. Because the boss fights actually have sometimes an interesting mechanic. Where it's like, oh, you have to fight a little differently. The way you like, I like using the environment. Like, oh, you have to touch this or do this little mini game or something. That's interesting. So it changes the gameplay a little bit. That's the only time Persona I think gets really dynamic is when you do boss fights. But the normal stuff is fucking tedious as shit. Like, you do the normal dungeon crawling and the normal fighting, it is so repetitive. It's so cringy repetitive. The exploration is repetitive. The fighting is repetitive. The stages are very linear. They look cool. I mean, they look cool, and like the whole theme is very cool. But the gameplays themselves, it's just linear. It's like you're on a track. And then, oh, look, the occasional left or right turn around the corner to find a hidden chest. If you even call that hidden. It's not even really hidden. It's kind of obvious. Whereas a game like Ys, finding secrets in those games is much more engaging. Because you actually have to look around. You have to, it doesn't keep you on a straight line. That's one thing I liked about Ys 8 and Ys 9. The game does not keep you on a straight path. The game kind of lets you go where you want to. And sometimes you have to, that's one thing I noticed with turn-based RPGs, there's no, one, you can't go off the track, and two, there's no verticality. So you're always on the base floor. You never, like, jump up to, like, the top of the building, run it up to, or do some crazy shit to get to the top, like kind of like how you do in Genshin Impact, because exploration in Genshin Impact is also very dynamic, because you go wherever the fuck you want, and going wherever the fuck you want leads into secrets. So you actually have to explore the areas to find out the secrets and find out hidden dungeons and hidden chests or secret bosses. That shit's cool. I like that. I like exploring. I don't like being on a straight path. Because ultimately, all I'm going to do is like, oh god, when do I get to the end? That's what it feels like to me, where I'm like, just get to the end already. I don't want to keep fighting the same cannon fodder mobs 50 times, running a linear track. And then a lot of times with Persona, it's like a dungeon crawler. It's a dungeon spelunker, where you're like fighting like remember Persona 4? Holy fuck, dude, that game is so dungeon crawler-esque. Like, I don't know I think I was on the Risei stage when you're about to get Rosette, and it's like 8 or 9 floors of just RNG. That's all it is. The stages are just all RNG. You literally just go up floors and they're all randomly generated. It's a dungeon spelunker. I'm like, oh god, this is getting repetitive. Fucking is it repetitive. And that shit just kills it for me. Like, I'm like, I don't want to keep doing this. It's not interesting. I'm not interested at all. I'm literally just like, get on with it. That's what it feels like. Here comes the stall. Here comes the big game stall where the game's like, oh, we're gonna pad this shit out. We're gonna make you fucking run through 10 floors of the same shit and make you fight an ungodly amount of monsters just because. And it's like, god, like, can we get to the next part already? And that takes hours. The problem is you have to fight because you have to level. If you don't level, you're gonna get destroyed. The problem is, I don't mind leveling. It's just you gotta make it fun. And it's just not fun to me. it gets predictable quick. You know, the first time it's, oh cool, you fight that monster, now you know what to deal with it. Okay, I know the weakness. Okay, that's the whole strategy. And you apply that same strategy to every goddamn mob. It never changes. You just basically gotta have to make sure every element's covered. You have every element on your characters, you're always gonna win. Because you're like, okay, it's that enemy. Okay, well, I know how to exploit that. Boom, boom, dead. Because they can't do anything because they get stunned. And then when they're all stunned, you do the all-out attack and do a ton of damage. And that's it. It's usually, you know, when you stun them all, and then you do your all-out attack, they're almost all dead. So it's just, that's all you do. That's like the whole strategy. Get stronger, AoE stun, all-out attack. That's like that is the cookie cutter strategy in Persona. The only reason I like Persona is I like the characters. I think I think Persona 4 story is very entertaining. You know, I love the characters. The music's excellent. You know, and I like the mini games, like the social networking and stuff. That was actually interesting. You know, that actually changes up the monotony of the gameplay. You know, adds a dynamic that I like. But it's just the combat system is what kills it. The combat system makes me not want to play. I love 4 too. Like 4 is a great game. Like I can see why people like 4, but the combat system, ugh. I'd rather play an action-based Persona game. I think it'd be a lot more interesting. If they could put something like Persona with ease gameplay like that, with a more of a Persona touch to it, like Persona like interesting game mechanics with action-based, along with like the social networking, all that stuff, make it like an open world game. Oh god, that'd be amazing. That would be fucking fantastic for a Persona game. I would love that. That sounds like so much fun. That would be interesting. But you know, I like Persona 5 too, believe it or not. I like the characters, I like the story, the acting and all. It's all great. It's just again, it's the combat. The combat, I think, is the weakest part of the game. It hasn't aged well. It feels like a mechanic from 20 years ago. Persona 5 feels like a game, like fighting the RPG mechanics feel from 20 years ago. It's just like, that's been done. Like, it just looks better. You have a couple dynamic things, you put a couple things. You know, but ultimately it's the same shit. It just, again, it gets repetitive. I think the turn-based aspect of it is what needs to go. I think that's what's hurting the game. I think the turn-based aspect of it is really hurting the game. I really think the game needs more action-based dynamic gameplay. I think that would help it evolve. It just feels like it's stuck in the past. See, at least Final Fantasy has evolved. Final Fantasy 15 was a nice change of pace. You know, 15 was like, oh, it's an open world Final Fantasy. Like, it's like Skyrim. I'm definitely down for that. That was actually pretty fun. Story was fucking awful, though. But, I actually liked the fact that it was open world, do what you want, play it how you want. The combat system was pretty interesting. There's a lot of neat little things here and there. And I was like, okay, I like this way more than turn-based. Final Fantasy VII did the same thing. It made the game way more enjoyable. I would have hated if Final Fantasy VII Remake was a turn-based game. Would have been falling asleep. I'm like, this is so boring. This is so like, oh god, it's so primitive. But yeah, I think that's what's hurting a lot of RPGs, especially the older ones. The turn-based mechanic. It hasn't aged well. It's starting to show its age, and I think it hasn't. There's not really much new you can do with it. I feel like the engine holds the game back. It really does. It's simple in nature, But for people that are looking for more, I don't think there's much to look for. There's just not. It's just not. I mean, look at even Sonic. Look at Sonic the Hedgehog. Even Sonic is testing new waters with an open world mechanic. Like, oh man, I've never heard of open world Sonic. That sounds crazy. Like Sonic's always been confined to a linear path. So seeing Sonic expand to an open world game similar to like Zelda and and even Mario, it was nice to change a pace. Like even the game knows it needs to break its shackles. Like guys, like turn-based and linear games, they aren't as interesting. Metroidvanias, I think, are one of the few genres that are old that don't need much tuning. They work because Metroidvanias cover a lot of genres. They do puzzle solving, they do platform exploration. They cover like 3 or 4 genres in one game. That's why it works. Like there's so much to do. So your brain is engaged. Whereas a turn-based RPG, I don't think your brain's very engaged. I don't know. I'm just not engaged when I play a turn-based RPG. I'm just not. My brain just kind of falls asleep because I get in because another thing you got to do, you got to wait and sit and watch everything play out like long ass cutscenes. Oh look, I'm gonna take my turn. I gotta cast a spell. It's gonna take fucking a minute. Like, I'm like, oh god, like it just drags the game down even more. And then I hate it when you can't fast forward it. It's like, oh, this is even worse. So I have to watch it. I know what's gonna happen. I already know. I know what's gonna happen. So it's like, to me, it's like, get on with it. With a turn-based game, the action's all instant. But even when the cool attack happens, I'm doing other things. I can do other things while the cool attack happens, and even the cool attack like even Ease has super moves. The super moves don't last a fucking minute. They last like what, 5 seconds. So and you're back in the action. Like it doesn't take you away from the game. Whereas a lot of turn-based RPGs, when you do your ultimate spells, it's like fucking hell, dude. Because you got to keep watching it and 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 watching it. And it gets old after a while. You're like, I don't want to watch the goddamn supernova or whatever every single time, when I play the game. Like, I get it. I know what it does. Then you have to wait for everybody to take their turn. Like, you got to wait all the characters to take your turn. So if you got like 4 enemies, you got 4 characters on your side, like 8 enemies, that's 12 turns that you got to wait shit to happen before you can go to the next turn again. It's like, oh my god, that's so much waiting. Like, when do I pick up the controller? When am I in charge? When am I playing the game? So it's just unnecessary filler. It's unnecessary padding that turn-based RPGs have. That makes the game twice as long just because of the primitiveness of the gameplay. The foundation of what turn-based is based off of is just slows the game down to a sloth. It just goes down to a crawl. But yeah, ultimately though, yeah, that's why I don't play turn-based games anymore. It's really hard. I tried. I really tried. So I tried with what do you call it? The Trails 4, Trails of Cold Steel 4. Even though One thing too, also another thing I don't like about Trails, and this is the problem with Trails, you're gonna be lost in the story if you don't play all the games. Like me playing 4, I have no idea what's going on. I don't know any of the characters except what's her name, Estelle, because she's from the first game. And how are you supposed to know her backstory or what's going on if you've never played the previous games? You don't know what's going on. At least with Ease, you don't have to do that. Ease, you can just play the own games by themselves because the story isn't like super convoluted. But yeah, with Trails, you have to play all the games to really understand the story. Otherwise, you are not going to get it. So guess what? That makes the game even longer. There's like how many games? Like 10? There's like 10 of those goddamn games. So there's like probably a good 500 to 1,000 hours of RPG that you gotta play. Holy crap. At least with Ease, man, you don't gotta do all that shit. You can play any game and just pick it right up and you'll get it. It's a straightforward. Each game, it's like Zelda. You don't have to play every single Zelda game to understand Zelda. You just play any game you want. They're all their own stories. But with Ease, they're all tied together. Just playing all the games helps you and makes the game more immersive. Because then you start to understand the roots of all the characters, how the games intertwine together. But they can stand on their own. Whereas the Kiseki games cannot. Because they need each other to explain the story. But yeah, that's probably why I'll never go through the games. I tried going through Sora and Kiseki, the first one, Trails in the Sky, but I was like, oh god, I can't push through it. I just can't. It's too slow for me. It even has a fast forward feature. I don't like turn based games anymore. It's really hard to push through it. I watched somebody play it and I was just like, oh god, like 70, 80 hours worth. And I'm just like, that's just one game. Then you gotta do it again. See, and the problem is, it's like, I don't wanna, I don't feel the motivation to continue. Whereas Ease, I wanna do everything because everything's so fun. I don't get that feeling with Sora no Kiseki at all. I don't feel that the game is like fun in that regard. It's sort of because it's a good story. The story is definitely better than Ease games, but the gameplay is not where it's at. Where Ease is like, damn, the story's fun, but the gameplay is where it's at, and so all of it complements each other really nicely. So when you play the game, you're like, man, everything's a nice experience with this game. I'm having fun while having a fun story at the same time. Whereas Sora no Kiseki, no. I'm getting through the damn combat system to get to the good part, which is the story. The combat is just kind of like, it's there, it functions, but it's not fun. You don't play Sora no Kiseki for, oh my god, this amazing combat. That's not why you play it. You play it because it's got a good story. Whereas Ease, you're like, Ease has got a fun combat system. Like, it's fun as shit. Like, it's fun to play. And then the game and everything else is fun. Doing all the side stuff is fun. The story's fun. It's all fun. The whole game is fun. So, Trails, no. Trails is not all fun. It's only fun when you're enjoying the story. It's the only time it's fun. The fights don't, the grinding and all that shit is not fun. And a lot of times with those games, you can't avoid combat. Ease you can at least avoid. Ease, since the monsters are on the field, you can just run away. You don't have to fight, which is beautiful. But there's also other things to do other than fight. Let's do some tower defense. Let's go find some quests. Let's find some new areas, get some new abilities. There's things to do outside of just fighting Unga Bunga. If it was nothing but Unga Bunga and there was nothing else in that game wouldn't be as fun. I promise you. Ys 8 and 9 would not be legendary if they didn't have those extra elements to make the game better. So that's my take on it. I love Falcom, I really do. They're one of my favorite Japanese companies. But yeah, I just until they make Sora no Kiseki more like an Ys game, more action based, which I don't think will happen. They might convert some stuff, make it a little bit more action based, but I just don't ultimately see them changing the formula. Like they're gonna keep it the same because I think they purposely make the two games different to pertain to each audience. Like Ys, if you want action, you play Ys. If you want turn based, you play Sora. See, I would love to play Sora, the Trail series if they were action games. I would play those in a fucking heartbeat. Hell yeah! If they made a Trails game, if they rebooted the game, hey, play Trails 1 in action-based format. Oh my god, sign me the fuck up. That sounds like a blast. I would love it, dude. It would be so much fun. Just like, oh my god, that sounds wicked. But they ain't gonna do it. I don't think Falcom's gonna do it. But man, I'd be so open up to the idea. It would give me another love to fall in love with, just to have another great RPG series to play in my style that I think is fun. But I sometimes want to have this discussion with people, like why action games I think are better than turn-based. Like why look how many. Also, to be fair, look how many turn-based RPGs are turning into action games. Look how many genres are changing. Like, Final Fantasy has evolved quite a bit. Look at 16. God, 16 plays like Devil May Cry. That is not Final Fantasy at all. But you know what? I think that's amazing. The fact that it's going to play more like Final Fantasy like 15 mixed with Devil May Cry. I'm like, that sounds sick. That to me sounds fucking wicked ass awesome. So I want the full world experience, but with Devil May Cry mechanics. Like, that sounds crazy. Like, really, that sounds intense. At least Final Fantasy is at least willing to evolve. Whereas games like Dragon Quest and fucking Sora no Kiseki have not really evolved much. They're just stuck in the past. So it's like, dude, gotta get away from that shit, man. I'm not saying there can't be turn-based games anymore. They can be there. They can be there. But I just ultimately think the turn-based games are starting to... They're holding the games back. I'm sorry. They just are. I think they are. I think turn-based is really holding video games back in terms of RPG format. Open-world RPGs, I think, is more where the future is. Because that's the next level. That's the open-endedness, like, that sandbox, but also maintaining a good story. Perfect example is Xenoblade Chronicles. That's a perfect example of how to do an open world action RPG. Like, that shit's intense, man. Like, that game there's so much to do. Long ass game. It has a great story, great characters, interesting combat system. It has a lot going for it. And I was like, man, this is a deep 200-hour action RPG game. There's so much to do. But the game is very deep. It's got a very interesting story. Characters are really lovable. So and that's the kind of shit I want to see. I mean, I understand if you like turn-based. I'm not saying you can't like it. I'm not against that. You can like it. That's fine. I'm just explaining to you how I feel turn-based does not offer enough. To me, at least. But there are also action games that are boring, too. I mean, personally, I think a perfect example of a boring action game, I'm going to go there, and I know people would disagree with me. I don't like Muso games. Muso games are so boring. Because Muso games, all you do in Muso games, besides get new characters, is just a bunch of cannon fodder mobs that are idiots, that you just spam AoE attacks, you fight an occasional mini-boss, and then you fight a boss that maybe somewhat is unique, but that's all you do. Those games are boring. Holy shit, they are repetitive as fuck. See, Ease is kind of like that, but there's more to it with Ease. Imagine if Ease was nothing but tower defense. Like, imagine it. That's what if Ease was tower defense with Muso, and that's all Ease was. Ease would be fucking garbage. Ease would be garbage as shit if that's all you did. But it's like, why would I play Muso when I could play Ease, man? Ease does like Muso better. Like, and there's way more to it. Where it's just Muso is so fucking brain dead. It's just square, 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 square. The occasional triangle. Square, 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 square. And it's just everything. Oh, look, million hits, million hits, million hits, million hits. I'm like, Like, God, we'll talk about a potato game. It's so boring. I used to have a friend that used to love Muso. That's all he plays, Muso games. And I look at him like, really, dude? You think this shit's fun? It'd be fun fucking 15 years ago. Maybe 20 years ago, maybe. Because it was different at the time. But you look at it now, man, it's like, God, this formula is so one-trick pony. There's not much to it. And now all the Muso games are just carbon copies of each other now. They don't even do shit different about it. And then when they added that open world element, that was hilarious because there was so much empty space in those games. So I was like, cool, we just made everything take 5 times longer to get from point A to point B. So all you did was you bloated the map. So everything takes more time to get to. So here's the map, here's map 1, where it's just like 4 squares, but let's expand it to 20 squares and stretch everything out between enemies. So you have to run for like 5 minutes to get to the next section to do the exact same thing. So again, padding. You didn't change anything. You didn't add anything to the game. All you did was make everything take longer. You made, instead of hack and slash a bunch of enemies to get to the boss, it's hack and slash a bunch of enemies, run fucking 5 minutes, and then hack and slash some enemies. That's what like Dynasty Warriors 9, I think was. Like, it was so pathetic. I'm like, this is the laziest goddamn thing they could have done. Holy shit, it was lazy. So fucking lazy. Not even remotely interesting. It's like, holy crap, this is boring. And I know it bombed hard. Like, a lot of people were upset with it. That's what it feels like. And then we're returning to form. And then they make it even more homogenized by, let's just make it where characters have to share the same movesets. And like, oh, wow. Oh, look, you got Lubu, who's a copy of this character, who's a copy of that character. It just looks different. So what's the point of getting different characters if they all play the same? What is the point? Like, God, you dumbed it down even more. Like, the game was already dumbed down. Now you're dumbing it even more down. Problem is, everything's been done to death. And that's the truth. Everything's been done to death in video games. Like, ridiculously amount. And we're at a point where we're getting stagnation in games. Because we're not seeing people take it to the next level. I think that's the problem with games now. We're not seeing games push envelopes anymore. Yeah, basically, that's what it is. Yeah, I think that's the problem with games now. We're seeing people are not trying to break the ceiling at all. We've reached the ceiling, and they're just staying at the ceiling. Only thing that gets better is the visuals. That's all that changes. It's just the graphics, but the gameplay doesn't change. We don't see crazy levels of innovation or people trying to take things to the next level or even trying to mix things up to create new ideas. We don't see that anymore because it's too much of a gamble. It costs too much money and they're afraid of failure. So they rather just keep doing the same thing they do all the time. That's why you see no innovation in like games like Call of Duty. You don't see any innovation in games like Madden. You don't see any innovation in A lot of genres. Sports especially. I think sports are the worst. Sports are just so fucking, like, sports games I think have been the all-time low for terms of innovation. Like, there is no innovation in sports games. The game, what else can you do? You've done it all. The game doesn't change. The rules don't change. All you do is update rosters. That's all that changes is the rosters. And then on top of that, you take away stuff and then sell the game for twice as much because of DLC, just because you're greedy. So you get a half-assed baked game that's inferior to the previous game. So you might as well play the older games. But no, people want to play the newer ones because I don't know, graphics. Why do you think I stopped buying them? I don't buy them anymore, dude. There's a lot of games I don't buy anymore. Like fuck a lot of the games nowadays, man. They're so boring. Like they're not interesting. But there's some games that they do try to push the envelope. Like they do. Like there are some developers out there that really try. And you can see the passion that drives them. They're like, oh man, they love the game. They love what they make. They're really trying to make something special. Instead of let's just make what everybody else makes. Because that's what happens now. Especially with AAA companies. AAA companies have no shame. They really don't give a fuck. They will keep making the same goddamn boring shit. And as long as those 5-10 million people keep buying it, they're going to keep doing it. And they ain't going to stop. Because we see the money. Money talks, bullshit walks. Why would they change anything? Easy street, man. That's what they want. As long as you keep throwing it at them and they keep buying it and they keep eating it up, they ain't going to change their tune. They have no reason to. The cool is to keep it status quo. Just keep doing it. And that's why you're going to see the same shit every fucking year. Like, why don't you actually play games or actually look for games that people actually fucking try? There's actually innovation. But nope, we don't see that anymore. Luckily, hopefully this year coming up is going to be a better year for video games because this 2021 was pretty ass for games. I ain't gonna lie, I think this is probably one of the worst years for video games. There's hardly anything. I can maybe think of 3 memorable games this year, maybe 4 max, if that. God, there was so much bullshit this year. I didn't even give a fuck about. So many forgettable titles, or overhyped titles that didn't do shit. And then there was a lot of games that they're okay, nothing to write home about. Not necessarily bad, just nothing great. But this year overall, I think is a fail when it comes to video games. I think this is the absolute worst year in video game history. I'm serious. I believe that. I think video games this year are the absolute worst year it's ever been. I have been the least hyped about games this year. Just because of bad decision making, just a lot of stuff that's been there, done that. A lot of mediocre games. Again, one couple hits here and there. I mean, like Resident Evil 8 was solid. I mean, I wouldn't say groundbreaking, blockbuster, AAA bullshit. Like, oh my god, it's the best thing you ever played. It's next closest thing to sex. But no, it's a good game. Like, it's good. Like, it's solid 8.5, solid. Definitely must play. But I wouldn't sit there and say, oh my god, it changed my life. Or, oh my god, it was the next level. Like, no, it was nothing like that. It was a good game. That's as far as it goes. Most games, here was like Guilty Gear Strive, huge disappointment. Melty Blood, disappointment. Could have been better. What else came out this year? I don't even know what came out this year. Ys 9, which is just a re-release. I mean, because it came out on PS4 the year before. No, it was this year. PS4 came out East. It was for the States. So that was one exception, like what I played in Japan. But if I would have played in the US, I would have been like Ys 9. One of the top games of the year. Hands down. That's a fact. That's a fact. Ys 9 was probably one of my top games this year. That's no joke. That is no joke. But as far as like other games that I played, I mean, Final Fantasy VII was great. I'll give that game a solid like 8.59. Great game, excellent game. One of the best games of the year. That's one of the few exceptions where I was like, yeah, Final Fantasy VII remake was definitely worthy. But as far as like anything else, I could say was like major this year. I wish you could see things in like chronological order. Like I can't see it though. I don't know. It doesn't unfortunately show me like what was the last game you played in all the exact order. I wish you could see that. I'm just trying to think of games that came out this year that were like stellar. Like what else came out this year? Doom Eternal? That was this year, right? Or was that last year? Was that this year? Was Doom Eternal this year or last year? That was March, wasn't it? Doom Eternal was excellent. Or was that last year? I don't remember. I really don't remember if that was last year or this year. I know it's just shit. Time's going by so fast. I don't remember. I think it was last year. I think. 100%. I really don't remember. I don't remember. But trying to think. Shantae, I think this was last year. This was last year. I'm pretty sure Doom Eternal was last year, I think. Let me make sure. It was last year. Yeah, it was last year. I was right. Last March. It was, yeah, almost 2 years ago. Yeah, I was right. Yeah, but that was last year, so it doesn't even count. So, yeah, I can't think of any other games that was very prominent. Can't think of anything else. What else came out this year that was good? Can't think of anything. I really that's how much I don't even like know. I'm just clueless. Like what came out this year that was worth a shit besides the games that I named, the 3 or 4 that I named. What else was there? I can't think of anything. I can't. I'm fucking. My brain is drawing a blank. I can't think of anything. There's nothing else that came out besides like the 3 or 4 games I mentioned that were even noteworthy. So there was a whole lot of nothing this year, and so many goddamn remasters. Jesus Christ, dude! So many remasters, man. So many remasters. Ridiculous amount of remasters. Like re-releases, and I'm like, oh, and they're just half-assed. It just, ugh. So bad, man. It's just like, wow. Games, oh, okay, Record of Lodoss War, I think was this year. Yeah, that was this year. Okay, Record of Lodoss War this was a good one. That's a good one. I was a sheer. I am drawing blanks right now. Coma 2, I think no, that was last year. Again, man, it's been some of these games, man, I play, they're from, like, God, it was 2 years ago. I don't think any of these games I played were this year. Jeez, they're all last year. It's a shame, like, how many games were just Oh yeah, this came out. Room 4 was amazing. Excellent game. This is probably one of my favorite games this year, for sure. The Room 4 was amazing. Excellent, excellent, excellent game. Give it a 9, dude. Okay. Room is good shit. The finest in puzzle games. Yeah, like I said, there's just a few games here and there. Yeah, like as far as like major games, yeah, nothing. Just three. And I had two big games I was looking forward to. Huge disappointments. I thought Strive was going to be fighting game of the year for me. I thought Strive was going to bring it back, and I was like, oh my god, Guilty Gear's back in full force. I'm so excited. And then I played it, and you have no idea. It was the most darkest moment in my fighting game career. Just seeing that game just break my heart. Darkest moment in fighting game history for me. That game was just like, wow. I can't believe this is happening. Like, the thing that I dreaded the most that would ever happen, my nightmare came true with Strive, where it's like, man, Guilty Gear just said, fuck the gameplay, fuck everything else. We're selling out. We're going mainstream. Fuck the fans, because it's all about the money. That's like it. And then our system became corporate, and I feel that they may have the visuals down. They may have that. I'll give them that. It's the only thing our system hasn't compromised is their visuals. But I feel that that's all they got going for them now. Just visuals. Gameplay is definitely not their strong suit anymore. I think the fact that they've made games so easy now, and it's just like, yeah, that's the price you pay for focusing on numbers rather than integrity of your game. Because I remember when our system works used to make hard games, and Daisuke was like that. He likes making hard games, so people would, But that's what made them so special. They were meant for I think more for the hardcore gamers, for the gamers that wanted to take it to the next level, and that's why I liked it so much, because it was the next level. Whereas games like Strive are just, oh well, that's what status quo is now. That's what what everybody plays. It's for everybody. It's like cool, I guess. It's just not for the gamers though. Not for the people that really want a real Guilty Gear game. It's not for them. It's just for the casuals. And I'll be honest, I'm kind of sick of every single game being catered towards casuals. It's just like, oh my god, like, where are the real video games? Like, where are the good, like, the deep, the actual gamers, games meant for gamers. What about us? And I feel like we're just an afterthought now. We don't matter. So it's like, well, and that's why a lot of games aren't interesting, because they're not made for gamers. There's people out there that want to play real video games, like real interesting video games, and we're just not seeing that now. Everything is just dumbed down, simplified, accessible, because that's what makes money. That is what sells. Unfortunately, and guess the game suffers because of it. The game suffers horribly because of it. You will never see. Well, that's the problem. Is there's nothing wrong with having games for casuals. Problem is, all the games are for casuals now. There's no real games. Everything's becoming casual. It's just like, oh man, like, I'm above that. You know what I mean? I know I'm going to sound a little arrogant, but saying I'm above the casual shit. Casual shit doesn't I played this casual shit. I played that fucking shit before. Like, this is, like, come on, I'm better. Like, this isn't enough for me. Like, I've played games since the dawn of time, man. I've played games that are way more involving than the shit that is now. So it's just like, why am I going to play something that's less when I played more before? So it's a regression. So it's not interesting. It's like, been there, done that, seen that. Nothing interesting. It's great for people that have never played video games. Sure, they'll have the time of their life because they have so many things they've never seen before. Probably open up a whole new world for them, which is awesome that they get to experience that. But the people that are craving more, we kind of just fade out into existence. We don't matter anymore. That's why a lot of these older gamers, I sometimes don't blame people for sticking to old games. I could see why they do, because the way things are going now, shit, I have no faith in newer games. If this is the path we're going down and that's all we're gonna see, yeah, I mean, I have no faith whatsoever. But I have seen some light down the tunnel. Like I said, Dean Abdul definitely brought that light back for fighting games. I was like, wow. I said, I'm actually having fun playing this. I was like, oh my god, it has depth. This game is more than meets the eye. Like, it put a smile on my face. I was like, I haven't felt this kind of joy in a long time with a fighting game. It's been 2 years. That's a long time to be in a drought with fighting games. Like, even freaking Melty Blood did not hit the same as DNF Duel did. DNF Duel hit hard with me. I was like, what is this feeling? Like, I said, God, I miss this feeling so much. Like, the joy that was filling up with my heart, and just the excitement that was building up, and just knowing that this game had some meat on it. And I was like, wow, I actually want to dissect this game more. I want to learn this game. And this is just a taste. And said, man, it tasted good. I was like, holy crap, did it taste good. It's like, man, I haven't tasted. It's like it's like that meme with Gordon Ramsay. You say, finally some good fucking food. It's like, that's what it felt like, man. I just took a bite into like the most delicious steak. I was like, man, it's been a while. Like, holy shit, it's been a while. It put the biggest smile on my face. It's like, and then that kind of got me hope. I was like, wow, it's a company that actually didn't follow the norm. They actually went against the norm. Like, holy crap, they didn't fucking butcher it to fucking death and make it easy access, Oh, like, we're gonna make auto combos and make it dumbed down and super fucking easy, barely any mechanic. Like, holy shit, they didn't do that. Like, I'm shocked they didn't do that. It baffled my head. I was like, holy crap, there is hope. Oh yeah, no, it is. It was that good, dude. I wasn't lying, Crystal, when I said Dean Abdul is going to be fighting game of the year for me. I'm not lying. I was not kidding. I really wasn't. I meant that from the bottom of my heart. I was not exaggerating. That hype you saw from me was not fake. That was real. Like, it's rare you ever see me that excited with fighting games. I was legit ecstatic about Dean Abdul. Like, when I picked that controller up and I started playing it and see how it felt, I was like, oh my god. This is what I want. Like, holy shit, this is, it's not, I mean, don't get me wrong, it'll never be Xrd. Xrd was like one of the pinnacles for me with fighting games. But it still was like such a breath of fresh air. Like, it felt like it was a return to form. Like, it's just like, holy shit. No, believe me, dude. No, it's not. It's totally real. I was all real. That was not fake. Believe me. You should know I'm not a fake person. Come on now. You know how hard it is to please me, dude? God, you know how much I fucking complain about games? Like, I am one of the biggest complainers you probably know as far as fighting game streamers. I'm probably one of the top. I am horrible when it comes to being judgmental with games. I am brutal honest. I will fucking shoot shit in the foot. Like, I will beat its ass down to bloody pulp just because I can. Because I'm so critical. So the fact that the fact that I was legit praising DNF Duel so much, I was like, yeah, this game has potential. This game has a lot of potential. And I was like, and I hope when the next time comes around, when we see more characters, we're gonna see more mechanics, see tweaks and balances, and really see the game out in all its glory. And I'd be like, and it's gonna be even better. Like, holy shit, it's an even better game now. Like, maybe they'll add stuff to it and make the game even bonkers, even more bonkers. I want to see that. I want to see it. Like, dude, like, you guys have a great foundation. Like, build on it. Like, dude, like, make it balls to the wall awesome. Like, really make this game special. Like, prove to the world that you can make a good fighting game and not dumb it down and not take away from it, and it'll sell. I promise you, people will play it. Believe me, I know it can succeed. I strongly believe it can succeed. It doesn't have to cater to the casuals, or it doesn't have to, again, regress or make it overly simplistic just so people play it. You don't have to do that. If your game is badass and fun, people are going to play it. Yeah, no, I appreciate you value my opinion. I appreciate that. I've had people tell me that. I have people that follow my channel like, Dan, I love your taste in games. Like, you really like video. Like, they know I'm legit when I say I like something. So when I stress it, it's truthful. And they know it's not fake hype. Like, I've never fake hyped any game. So, and there's games I've tried to have faith in because I'm attached to the franchise. Like Strive, of course, I was trying my hardest to give it a chance, because I love Guilty Gear. So you're definitely tampering with some emotional strings there. It hurts me to say Guilty Gear Strive is a shit game. It really does. I don't want to. You really think I want to say it's bad? Do you really think I want to put it down? Do you really think I want to see it fail? But honestly, now I honestly want to see it fail now. I do. I'd have no more remorse for it. I'd be like, you know what? If it failed and just died into obscurity, I'd be like, good riddance. Hope they learned their lesson. Hope they learned their lesson that selling out and catering to the casuals and making them feel like, they're going to save our game, like, and then watch them all bail. It's like, yeah, why are people bailing your game? Jeez, I wonder why. They ain't there now. It's like, it's no different than Melty Blood. Melty Blood did the same shit. Oh, we need to put auto combos in so people love the game, because all the casuals are going to love it because they're going to keep the game alive. Where are they? Crickets. They're gone. They left. I don't give a fuck about your game. It was all that fake hype. They're gone, man. They're oh, what's the next thing? That's why your game lost 99% of its population. Because you fucking did that. You listened, you catered to the majority. Majority just bailed on your ass, but you're oh, we got our money, whatever, we don't care. Like, yeah, and then you're struggling to keep the 150, 200 people that at least play the game. Like, that's sad. Seeing that many few people play that game after 3 months, that is pathetic. That is pathetic, man. That's cringe bad. I'm like, well, that's what you get. That's what you get. I don't feel I have no remorse. Because you didn't listen. You thought short term. You didn't think long term at all. You were like, oh, let's just bring it out and let's just make sure everybody feels welcome to play this game. Again, just dumbing it down, easing it up, accessibility. You know, but we kept the core gameplay. I was like, doesn't seem like it was enough because your game's dead. And on top of that, you didn't focus on the netcode. You just let it rot. And the game died because of your shitty netcode. Oh, we put rollback. Cool. If you did it right, which you didn't. And they know they fucked up. And it's like, well, doesn't seem like you're doing anything about it. Yeah, look at Zerd. Zerd it was popular for years. Like, holy crap, that game had a lifespan. Yeah. Well, the reason why Xrd is dead too is because one, it is pretty old. I mean, it's what, 5 years old now. Two, it doesn't have rollback. That's hurting it. If Xrd had rollback, dude, you imagine how many thousands of people would still be playing it now? I bet you. I think it would give legit competition with Strive. I think it would. If they brought Rev 2 with rollback right now, if they put it out on Steam, I bet you that player base would blow up. I know it would. I bet you a ton of people would run back to it. And it'd be a lot of new people would be like, oh, what's this game? And then they're like, I bet you it would be like that. I bet you it would actually hit a home run. And then it's like, wow, you're actually pulling people away from Strive to play Xrd. Yeah, exactly. I would go back to Xrd. I would. I'd go back and play my little jam. I would. I'd go back. I miss it. I do miss it. It's been a long time for me. So, I mean, ultimately, yeah, I still would like to play a new Guilty Gear. Don't get me wrong. I'd rather play something new than something but previously. But at this point, I'll take Xrd over Strive any day of the week. Believe me, I would rather play Xrd than Strive at this point. Because I've given up on Strive. I have legit given up. I've legit stopped caring about Strive. Strive is like, oh, cool, whatever. I don't give a flying fuck. All I care about is the music. The music's like, cool. It has a good soundtrack. I'll give it that. I don't think it's as good as Xrd's soundtrack. I think Xrd's soundtrack's better. I think XX's soundtrack is better than that too. It's a good soundtrack though. It's solid, but there's some cringe songs in it that I don't like. Particularly May's theme, and I do not like Jacko's theme at all. I think they just it just sounds. It is super not Guilty Gear. So, and I just don't feel the hype with Strive at all. The hype feels really fake. It's such artificial hype when I watch people play it, and it looks boring to watch. It's boring as shit to watch. Like, I ain't gonna lie, when I watch people play Strive, it is legit boring to watch them play. It's cringe. It really is. It's cringe. It's cringe. It's basic bitch shit. It looks so boring. Okay, that's funny. Yeah, you should be shot for saying that. Yeah, fucking Blaze Blue is 20 times harder than playing Happy Chaos. The only thing I will say, the execution in Guilty Gear, like, things are just harder to do and you can do less of it. That's the thing. They made the game feel harder by making things harder to do, but they give you less things to do. Whereas Blaze Blue gives you more things to do, which in turn makes the game harder because of the fact that there's so much to do. So the depth is larger. The execution might be easier. Like, Blaze Blue's execution's, I think, easier than Strive's. Strive's is just everything's harder to do because there's not as much. So they create this, like, artificial difficulty. Let's say, okay, you do less, but then all the things that the stuff that's less is harder to do. So you just make it feel like it's more difficult than what it is. So, like, a simple 5-hit combo in that game is like considered expert, or 7-hit combo is considered expert. And it's like, Well, shit, I don't know Guilty Gear Xrd, man. Doing a 7-hit combo, that's fucking basic bitch shit. You know, doing like a 20, 30 hit combo is considered like expert. But in Strive, you don't really have that, unless it's a multi-hit move. You know. And since everything does ridiculous damage, the match ends so quick. Yeah, anyone that says Strive is more complicated than Blaze Blue, you're fucking stupid. You're fucking stupid. Blaze Blue takes way more skill to play than Strive does by a mile. Anybody that says otherwise is a freaking retard. Everything is so risky in Strive. Like, everything is like, you make one mistake, it just kills you. Yeah, Ram can kill certain characters in one hit with her super. Her super does that much damage. Like, if you crit hit with that super into a wall stick and, like, on certain characters, it can kill them. Which is dumb. Like, why does it do so much fucking damage? That is so stupid. But I guess, oh, it's so skilled. I'm like, whatever. Like I said, I've seen so much Unga in fucking Strive. It's just pathetic. And the fact that people praise it so much, it's like, it just sickens me to the core. I mean, most of my friends that play fighting games, none of them play Strive anymore. They almost all quit. You know, they know what's up. They know it's overrated. They're smart. They know. They know what's up. They know, man, that those games are fucking hella overrated. So you don't got to tell me. You don't got to preach to the choir. I know it's overrated. It's the most overrated anime fighter, in my opinion. The most overrated right now. I'm honestly just sick of people talking about it. It's just like, it just cringes me when people talk about Strive like it's the best game ever made. Like, I'm looking at them like, you don't know shit, man. You really don't know anything. And then when on top of that, when they try to act like they know Guilty Gear when they don't know shit about it. Like, you don't know anything. You don't even play the previous games. You don't know shit. Like, holy crap. Talk about just, like, you know, again, that woke shit. That woke culture. I'm so woke to Guilty Gear. Yeah, you know, Guilty Gear called, like, how many years ago, and you didn't say anything. Oh, because it's mainstream now, because the easy people can play it now, and Nickelodeon was such a bad game. That game was really bad, though. Shit, that game's awful. It has no voice acting, and it's just like a mediocre ass Melee. It's such a look. No one even talks about it anymore. Nickelodeon All Stars is pretty much dead. But you know what? The Strive is just overrated game. It's bad, dude. And I hate it when people sort of like, oh man, it's so fucking high. No, it's not. It's fucking boring. It's pathetic. It's a pathetic ass game. Stop overhyping that shit. Like, dude, that shit was garbage. That shit was major. I saw it was going to be garbage. Shit, there's way better clones of Smash Brothers that do better than that. But yeah, I don't think that new one, Multiverses, I don't think that one's going to be that great either. It'll be okay. I mean, it'll be better than Nickelodeon All Stars. It's the fact that it's free too, which is nice. But I don't think it's going to be anything groundbreaking. This says voice acting. That's probably the best step up about it. Yeah, they don't know shit. I hate when people try to act like they're Guilty Gear experts and they've only played Strive. It's like, you don't know shit about Guilty Gear, man. Get the fuck out of here. Like, get the fuck out of here, man, you fucking plebe. I know now you're seeing me sound real arrogant right now. I'm sounding super narcissistic. But it's just one of those things of, like, you don't know shit about the game. You have no right to talk. Like, you really don't. Like, you're not a Guilty Gear expert. You don't know shit, man. I threw you into fucking Exerd, you fucking cry. The wolves would devour you, man. You wouldn't know what to do. You'd be like, the fuck, man? It's like, why is there's so much shit going on? How come they can't stop? I'm like, yeah, because you don't know, man. You don't know. How come there's so many mechanics? Yeah, because you don't know, man. You know, get a mad. Welcome to how come the damage is so much lower? How come it takes so much effort to do damage? It's like, yeah, you don't know. You don't know, man. Like, you actually have to know shit in this game, and you have to know combos. Like, you do have to legit know combos in Guilty Gear. You're not gonna win if you don't know combos. That's one thing Strive doesn't need, is you don't need to know combos to really do big damage. The basic stuff does so much damage. Simple 3 hits just fucking murder. Whereas in Guilty Gear Xrd, you really have to know your damage output with the character. You really have to. And there's a lot of, like, tricky shit in that game. Some of it's a little kusoge, like, you're definitely, it's bullshit. But it's like, but there's ways to deal with it. There's mechanics in the game that you deal with the bullshit. So you gotta be good at it, maybe. But I think, like, the game actually, when you see high level play of Guilty Gear Xrd, it obviously, you can tell the difference between low level and high level. It's very obvious. Whereas Strive, you can't really tell that much. Like, I see super high level, but then I've seen people online, it's the same shit. Whereas like Xrd, man, it's a whole different beast, dude. You see high level play, it is fucking insane what you see. Like, you will see some crazy shit. Like, it's scary. Like, and but I could respect it more. It may get me a little pissy off because I fight people like, I hate Leo. Leo's fucking cringe in Xrd. But I'd rather play against him in Xrd Leo than fucking Strive Leo. Strive Leo's so fucking even more unga, and he's even easier, and he does even more damage. I'm like, oh god, it's so stupid. Like, it's just not fun to watch. And you can't do a lot. You can't do much about it. It's just free damage for him because the mechanics are so limited. So you can't really do much. Where in Guilty Gear Xrd, there's a lot of, like, the instant blocking reduces frame block. The blitz shield, that adds another element. And then there's, like, movement options, and then the yellow cancels, which slows down time. There's so many things you can do to fuck with your opponent that can change the match. Whereas Strive, not Roman cancels the only option. Outside of that, it's pretty much just wait. No, I believe it. I've seen level 10 players. Like, they can't, all they know is just one trick pony shit, and it's like, you guys are the high level players? You guys are the prestige players? And you guys can't even do basic fucking blocking? Like, man, dude. Like I said, Xrd, you can see the difference between a basic bitch player and a fucking good player. It is painfully obvious. Where you can actually see the difference between the skill level is very apparent. Whereas Strive, it's like, man, I question who's good in this game. I really do. I question a good player because I can't tell the difference. I really can't. But like I said, it's not like it's impressive. Like, when you say, oh, I'm good at Guilty Gear, that's not. You're good at Guilty Gear Strive, that's not very impressive. It really is. I'm not impressed at all. Anybody that says they're good at Strive and, like, brags about it, it's like, you're not saying much, man. You're really not saying much at all. It's honestly kind of cringe to hear people talk like that, like, brag about how good they are at that game. It's like, dude, you're not impressing anybody. Nobody's gonna look up to you like, oh my god, you're good at Strive. Nobody's gonna care. It's just, oh, cool, I'm woke to Strive because it's anime fighter. Yeah, why don't you play a real anime fighter? Why don't you play, like, something that actually takes a degree of effort? actually has options. Actually, is fun to play. Why don't you play, games like Blaze Blue or Persona or a freaking Arcana Heart 3 games that are way more interesting. But no, they play Strive because easy mode. The only positive I give Strive, the only positive that you will hear me praise Strive is the netcode. That is it. That is the only thing in terms of gameplay. That's the only fucking thing that matters. The netcode, bravo. That you definitely got down. That code's fucking amazing. I'll give it that. I will give it that. It paved the future for fighting games to have that rollback netcode. Amen. I will give Strive all the credit in the world for that. That was the best thing that came out of Strive. Was Japan's final migration to rollback netcode. That is it. The gameplay, total regression. Aside the Roman cancel. Roman cancel took 2 steps forward, everything else took 3 steps back. Music still hold up. It's still worthy. But yeah, as far as mechanics go, game-wise, Roman cancel's the only thing that evolved. But in some ways it de-evolved. Because it took away dead angle. It took away took away dead angle. I didn't like the fact that Roman cancel was everything. It was the defensive option, and I was like, where's dead angle? I miss dead angle. Dead angle was cool. No, now he just made it. Oh look, we just made yellow Roman cancel as the defensive Roman cancel. I'm like, this is lame. So fucking lame. The only cool thing about the game is the drift cancel. That was the coolest evolution. I was like, okay, Roman cancels with drifting is pretty sick. And then the blue with the slowdown, I like that too. That was a neat mechanic. I was like, cool. You got those are solid ideas. Definitely take Guilty Gear to the next level. Everything else takes Guilty Gear backwards. Everything else is a regression with Guilty Gear. Only the blue Roman cancel and the drift cancel were the only evolutions. Unnecessary fat. No, you mean the stuff that actually made it taste good. You know what it is? It's you trimmed all the fat from a steak. Yeah, but the fat makes the steak taste good. You trimmed all the fat. So now the game's not tasty. Now the steak tastes kind of bland. It's not tasty anymore. That's a great analogy, what they say. You've trimmed all the fat. Good, that's why it tastes like shit. Because steak tastes good with fat on it. It needs fat. It gives it the flavor. But you took away the flavor. That's what you did. That's a great analogy right there. The way they say is, yeah, so I guess you like your basic bitch burger or your basic bitch steak. Because, you don't eat food to actually enjoy it. You don't eat food to actually, have good taste. You just eat food just to get the necessary nutrition. I mean, ultimately, I guess, yeah, that's why you need to eat. But when I eat a steak, I kind of want to eat it because it tastes good. Not because, I think it provides so much protein. That's the whole reason I ate the steak was because of the protein. No, I ate the steak because it's a fucking delicious food. And I want it to taste good when I eat it. So when you have a nice delicious meal, you're like, that was a good meal. Yep. It's like a basic bitch burger with cardboard. Oh, but it has the necessary nutritional value. I don't give a shit about that. That should not be the selling point. The selling point should be it's damn good, tasty food. So their analogy about how Strive trimmed the fat off Exert, oh man, they ain't lying. That's a perfect analogy. It's a stupid one too. Makes them they realize how dumb they sound. You should explain that when somebody says that. Yeah, that analogy makes you sound really stupid. Because it gets you to know shit about a fucking steak. What is the one thing a steak needs to taste good? I'll give you a hint. It's the fat. That's why steaks like ribeye steak are so good because guess what? They have a lot of fat in them. Yeah, let them have their game, dude. Just let them have it. I'll have my game in summer. My game will be like, yep, this is the Guilty Gear killer. Like Guilty Gear, I don't know you no more. I don't know who you are anymore. Guilty Gear Strive, that bastard child that you never want to see again. And I know people have literally stopped playing fighters altogether because of that game. Like I said, one of my friends, he was hardcore Guilty Gear player, and you can literally see Strive just sucked all the life out of him. He just stopped caring. And I was just like, and now he doesn't even play fighters anymore. He just quit. I'm just like, that's sad. Somebody was so passionate about Guilty Gear. He used to talk about it so religiously, and like he used to stream, make content for it. And he was like, "Oh my god, I love this series so much." Just to see that love just torn from him, like I know his pain, and I was just like, "Dude, I feel you, man. I feel it hurts. It hurts so bad." Going from your favorite series to your least favorite. That's pretty bad. So I went from loving the series to hating it. That's how much, talk about a 180, man. I 180 so hard on Guilty Gear. It's like, yeah, I like Guilty Gear up to this point. Yeah, you ever talk about Guilty Gear after Exert? Don't talk about it. After Rev 2, don't even fucking talk about it. Like, don't even talk about that trash game. That game is the bastard child of the series. Like, I give Guilty Gear 1 at least credit because that was the first game in the series. So I could tolerate why it wasn't that great. Like, it was pretty stupid. Really unbalanced game. And really had dumb shit. But it was the first of its kind, It's like the game was trying to find an identity. And then it evolved into something greater. And then you basically, with Strive, you just disrespected all the foundational work of the game and just was like, we're just going to completely change the game because we need to make sure it sells to everybody. So we'll make sure that the majority loves it and we don't give a fuck about what the core fans think. It's like, yeah, well, obviously I got that opinion real quick. So he doesn't care about us anymore. Well, Arc System Works doesn't care about his original fans. We don't matter. Just remember that. We don't matter. We are an afterthought. We are nothing. We are just like we're on the back burner, man. We're not even on the back burner. We're just in the trash. That's what we are. We got thrown in the trash, and nobody cared. Sorry, that was my alarm. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, don't hold your breath. Guilty Gear Strive is going to be around for at least 3 more years. I guarantee you Strive is going to get a minimum of 2 seasons, probably up to 3 season passes. Season Pass 2 will be starting probably the middle of this next year. Finish until 2023, and then there'll be another season pass at that point, which will go into 2024, and then the end of 2024, I think, will be the end of Strive. I don't see the game evolving much after that. I think it's going to get 3 seasons, and that's going to be the end of Strive. At that point, they'll either make another bastardized Guilty Gear game, or maybe they'll put rollback in Exurb at that point. They ain't gonna change it. They're gonna double down. They're gonna keep simplifying it. They're not gonna add anything to it. They're just gonna make frame data changes. They're not gonna really change the gameplay much. It's gonna be mostly the same. They're not going to really change the game much. They're not going to increase the speed. They're not going to make the game feel more like older Guilty Gear. They're not going to return Gatling. They're not going to. They're not going to adjust the gravity. They're not going to, or make it where you can tech in the air. That shit's all done. All those things are done. Those will never come back. Believe me, they're not going to compromise their new player base. All the new fans that they care about, they're going to cater to them. So they're going to keep the foundational work with them. The old fans, they've already known they've lost us. They've literally lost us. They know we don't care. They know there's nothing they can do to bring us back. There's nothing. I don't care who they add. Even with Jam, I'm happy to see her. She's in the game, but you know what? I know she's going to suck. I know she's going to fucking be boring as shit, and she's going to suck. She's going to be really, really lame to play. This is boring. I can't stand how she plays in this game. So, she's going to hit like a truck for no fucking reason because, damage is so high in the game. And she's going to just be boring to play, and it's just like, I don't see anything. I don't see Arc System Works in an immediate decision-making move to go, oh, we're going to change this game to make it feel more like Exert. Or make it feel more like Guilty Gear. I just don't see them thinking that. They're going to do anything and make it feel more like Street Fighter more. Because the Street Fighter crowd loves it. They're just like, they love it. They're like, oh my god, it's the best game ever. And it's like, yeah, we'll see what happens when Street Fighter 6 comes out and buries that game into the ground. Watch, everybody's going to be leaving for that game. And be like, there's Street... Oh, Guilty Gear Strive? Later. See it. He'll be dead. Watch. Guarantee that. I'll be like, told you so. But anywho's, Crystal, I'm gonna go to sleep. I need to get some rest. It's already 7. I gotta get up at 2. My last day of work. So I'll probably jump on same time, right at 2. Yeah, I know, huh? Chiapo. Probably. But yeah, I'll be back on right around 2 till like 5. Play more Genshin. Run some errands. Friday, I'll probably... that's all I'm really going to do is just play Genshin. That's all there is for me to do right now. Unless the Melty Blood character comes out, which I don't think it's going to. We'll see. It might get announced today. It's possible, or tomorrow. Maybe they'll announce Noel. But if they do, I'll play it and I'll check it out. But I don't think they are. I have a feeling it's not going to be till like the middle of next month or something. But we'll see. Alright, man. Good talking to you. I'm glad you came by. Thanks for having a discussion with me. So, like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. Like I said, just more Genshin. That's all I'm going to do. He's going to be on Genshin mode for a bit because there's nothing else to do for me right now. I got nothing else I want to play. So, just give me a reason to get back on Genshin for a bit until we're ready to play the next game, which isn't going to be until February. So, anyways, yep, it's good. I enjoyed talking to you. That's cool, man. Alright, man. I'll see you guys later. You guys take care. Have a good night. Peace out.